Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's yours for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yo, welcome back, scumbags. How's everyone doing? Hope you're having a good Thursday. We're gonna jump into punishing ourselves a little more. We're rested, well fed, well watered. We have coffee, cigarettes. So we're gonna let the meat grinder wail on us a little more. I've already set up the character here, so all we've got to do is jump straight in, literally. The usual 5313, maxing on the things that we need the most. We'll see where it puts us. To be honest, I'm almost hoping for a Z spawn for once. I hate the Zs. But I'm almost hoping for a fucking Z spawn at this point. We seem to have gotten some of our better starts at the Zs. But knowing my luck, it's going to be the D. Oh no, right in between. Okay. We can hit up B2 town. We can hit up Zagoria. Yeah. Fair enough. We'll hit up B2 town first. See what we can get. Go through the usual motions of Dina's bullshit. Keep our fingers crossed for a bit of thread or some fishing line. You guys know the drill at this point. Staying alive. Oh, it's almost weekend, eh? Christ, I'm looking forward to it. The weeks seem to go past so quickly now, which is both nice and a little shocking, to be honest, because I feel like we just started the year, and we've already, you know, we're already past the halfway point. We'll wait till we get a little closer. Get started on these things. We'll grab it. That very last death yesterday, that broke my spirit, I must admit. I wanted to Alt F4 on the game, the OBS, and just shut the computer off and walk away. It took a lot for me to just sit there and sign off the stream and what have you. That fucking broke me, that did. Those fuckers just coming out of nowhere for like the 3rd time in that day. Especially seeing as we still had plenty of users on that yellow screwdriver and the secret bunker card that we found. That's the first one of both of those that I've had on this server out of all the time that we've been playing here. Right, if we get to the road, then we'll start working on our Dina shit. Oh, we're at the lake. Ah, okay. Someone decided they'd start building here. Then either gave up or permadeathed. Unless they're still kicking about. Locked. Can't do anything. Well, it's as good a place as any to get started. We might move over a little bit because those frogs are kind of annoying. Right, we'll get the basics out of the way as quickly as possible. I still haven't bothered going back to the base that we started to build ages ago. I'd be very surprised if there was anything left of it. And unfortunately, in typical fashion, although I already took care of all my wants and needs, nature has to call as soon as we start fucking streaming. Bear with me, guys, sorry. All right, there we go. Jesus. Okay. So, rope. Bag, bow. Swiftly moving on. I am looking forward to the weekend. Because I'm going to give, like I said yesterday, I'm going to give the other server, the high pop server, another shake, just to see how things go. But if we continue to get as bad performance as we were getting, frames wise and connection wise, then there's not really all that much that I can say. Like I'm not gonna play somewhere to be with a group of people where the overall quality of both mine and your experience is so degraded. It seems about every time we've played there recently, all we've had is issues. Stuttering, disconnects, bad frames. It's got to have something to do with the sheer pop and the amount of elements that are on the map on that server, because we're on the meat grinder right now and I've got even higher than usual frames. Like I've got 170 frames right now and everything is super smooth. Like, my connection in OBS is fucking solid. I go onto that server and it's a completely different story. I will do some testing before, like I'll go onto some other high pop servers to see what the experience is like, just to see what it's like. Hey Craig, welcome back, mate. It would be a shame if we couldn't get on there, but I'm holding out hope, but kind of loosely. I have a sneaking suspicion that it's not going to get any better. Yeah, of course. Because we have to make like 5 fucking knives to just go through the Dina protocols. I'd be interested to see if this so-called hotfix is actually going to work. Because one of them was changing this, so that we only need 2 rags to patch this wound, instead of needing 3. Yep. I mean, I get that they're trying to walk people through it, and that's why it's standardized. But a better way of doing it would be to have it properly hook into whatever the person's taken as medical. Yeah, just give him a C1 that goes down very slowly instead of a C2, and then actually require the number of rags that they would need given whatever medical they've taken, and then that would actually give them a better idea of what the system is doing. But you know, we are but mere plebs. We have no idea what we're doing. Right, we'll make an axe, some more arrows, and then we'll head into B2 town. See what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into. Just going to take it easy, get on with the basics, try not to push quite as much. That's one of the, I know that's like the main issue that we had with yesterday's last death. I wasn't jogging around when I had a shotgun on my back at night time in a town that has a police station. So the fact that we saw those NPCs it wasn't you know, unexpected. Just the fact that they were as high level as they were, and that they came out of nowhere, like right on top of us, was the real issue. The fact that we were going to see them was a given. Yeah. Oh, I may have left the thank you for mentioning that, mate. Yeah, I left the gamma filter on by mistake from yesterday, because it was nighttime when we were playing yesterday. Thanks for that. want to make sure we've got plenty. That'll do. Right, let's go and have a look at what they have here, shall we? See if we can't get ourselves some thread or some fishing line. Hey Tim, welcome back mate. All good, all good. Recharged and raring to go. How you doing mate? Hey Cuba, welcome. Well, that's not great. Let's empty this, shall we? Save ourselves a spot. Oi, can you get... There we go. This is a new layout of workshop to me. I haven't seen this one before. Internally. That's nice. Lots of shit to go through. Yeah, no, at this point, mate, I don't really know what to say. I mean, after the way that last couple of years have gone, I can't say I'm totally surprised. They're trying to get us at every fucking turn. COVID didn't end up having the desired effect, so they just keep trying. It's not surprising. Disgusting, but not surprising. Might as well grab that. We don't have a quiver on yet. Come on, game. Toss us some thread or some fishing line. Let us get into the game. You know what would be nice? Like, I've given this thought over the years. You need thread or you need fishing line to make an improvised sewing kit. But even that, it's like it's a little odd. But if you come to think of it, there's any number of other things that you can use to create like an improvised way of sewing. Like if you look at the way that certain heavy leathers are sewn together, they'll use, you know, guts, even other strips of leather and stuff like that. And then you've got different levels of like twine, different like types of cordage. An interesting thing that they could add. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank on what it's called. They generally use it for things like wool. I think it's just called a wool card, where it's basically just something that's got a whole shitload of spikes coming out of it, and then you pull it across it to like straighten it and whatever you do with it. And you can use that with the bark of certain branches and what have you to basically do the same thing, to like get it all thin and stringy and then twist that. It would be interesting to have something like that where you'd have like, I don't know what you'd call it. Let's just call it a wool card for now, even though we're not using it for wool. You make a wool card and then you combine it with some sticks and then you get like basic cordage, and then you can use that for other things like making a rope or making a sewing kit. Because you can make an axe, yeah, even the stone axe, and then you can use or stronger fishing line as well. Exactly. You can make an axe, and then you can use the axe to chop down trees to then make planks, and you can gather nails, which you can then put together with a plank to make said wool card to be able to turn sticks into cordage. And then you could have more refined versions of cordage. You could have maybe a rope made with that's like 20 uses instead of screwdriver. That's 20 uses instead of 10. And you could also use that to make an improvised sewing kit. I mean, make it less effective. So let's say instead of getting like 15 uses out of it, you only get like 10. Yeah, but then you're already able to get a start out of pure raw materials instead of having to find very specific things all the time. Because I mean that's what survival, IRL at least, is really truly about. It's finding ways. It's finding solutions to problems, new solutions to problems all the time, and the more types of solutions they can give to us in the game, the more options, the better it is. Yeah, that quest needs to stop fucking ticking at me. All right, now we've got a bunch of nails as well, which is nice. The fact that you're losing the fish is also down to, I mean, it is part of the mechanic. But unfortunately, fishing has a lot of the fishing bugs that have been patched over time have started to rear their head again, and the line and gear is breaking a lot more often than it should. But the vast majority of times when you're losing your fish, it's more down to bugs than anything else. Like, since 1.0, I haven't been able to land a fish a single time. Legitimately. Legitimately, I haven't landed a fish in 1.0. I tested out the exploit just to see, you know, what it's about and how it works, and I managed to actually land a fish, because obviously that's the whole point of it. Yeah, but I don't use that. I just did it just to see how it works. Well, let's check the pharmacy in the market first. Hey, there we go. That's what I was hoping for. Oh, would you look at that? And a bum bag. Oh, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, mate. We'll take the 22s as well, why not? And the cream. That'll keep us going for a while. Nice little needle, battery. Oh, we can... Yo, why isn't it registering that as a food item? Or that? That's weird. It's not registering the raisins or the cream as a food item. Odd. Are those NPCs actually going to come after me or not? Am I going to have to fucking go and push them? Hey, Phil. Evening, mate. Welcome back. Hey, Sam. All good, thank you very much. All good. And yourself? Cool, calm, collected, rested. They're proper chatting to one another. I haven't heard them talk like that as much before. Let's take care of these fuckers. They don't interrupt fighting the NPCs. Hopefully they're just tier 1 and 2s. We're okay on arrows. Right, let's push up, see if we can see one of them. What did she said we're going to need a claymore. What are you going to need a claymore for, darling? You don't need a claymore. You need a fucking... your head seeing too. That's what you need. Where are they? Oh, yeah. You and me both, mate. You and me both. I was saying earlier that damn near broke me. Like, it took a lot not to just press Alt F4 and everything right there and end the stream properly. I just wanted to rage quit. Oh, you can't use that in Africa, no? That's weird. I did not know. Right, where are these fucking NPCs? Can I get their attention at least? You know what? I'm just gonna fucking climb the ladder.
Confirm contact. No sudden moves. To engage. Contact. Defensive positions.
Bitch is playing me. Right, please drop some thread. Short pants. Come on, one of you drop some thread. No, we can repair that, and we can cut that into a skin to get us started. There's some ammo for it. More ammo for it. You use a hoe to weed? Or do you just do it by hand? Because using a hoe by hand, I'd recommend getting a hoe. You can make an improvised one and it's way faster. Especially once you're at something as simple as medium farming, which you can get to pretty quick. It takes a fraction of the amount of time to weed. Yeah, that task seems to be bugging out. I've now got meat as well, which should 100% be classified as a food item, and it's not ticking over. They quote unquote fix one quest and then break another. That was working just fine. Now leave the space out, mate. For chatting and just watching, you get points, and then you can use those points to do things with redeem, among other things, and play like bot games with the other people in chat. You've got to use the exclamation mark with everything. You look at the Streamlabs messages in the chat, you'll see the kinds of things that you can do. That was an interesting NPC encounter. Shame none of them dropped anything.
Excellent!
Hey, thank you very much, Nubs. Much appreciated, mate. Thank you for the sub. We use the screwdrivers. We might as well use the screwdrivers. After yesterday's stroke of luck, who knows what we might get. 5,000 would be nice. It's about part of the course. Birdshot, no thank you. Let's make sure this is loaded. Oh, and we got it. Yeah, they've broken this quest. They fixed the other one. They fixed the patching wounds where you only need two rags to patch the wound that you get. But now we've collected multiple different food and beverage items, and it's not ticking over. Now, if I drink this, it's not going to knock it off, is it? No. It's like one step forward, two steps back. They fix one thing and break another. I think the game wants me to open more lockers. We just get being handed screwdriver after screwdriver. I have to follow through with the game's wishes. The scum gods want to give us another card. Oh. And we've got an MP5 mag. Okie dokie. Let's keep it moving, shall we? Still on the lookout for thread. Yeah, we might as well cancel that. We're not going to be able to go through all of the missions anymore. So we got 15 fame out of it. Until they drop a hotfix for the hotfix, we're stuck. I guess it wouldn't be a scum hotfix if it didn't need a hotfix. Oh, I can't, mate. The map's turned off on this server. It's forced first person and no map. Was it next to a lake? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Sam. Exactly. a warm fix and then they come out with the hot fix after. Yeah. It's a very good way of putting it. Was your base next to a lake, Tim? Because we did come right past that on the way here. Where did all of you guys come from all of a sudden? Hey, Wolfie. Welcome back. I don't even have to look. I hear hello there. I know who's in the house. All right, let's eat all of that and then we can take that screwdriver. Yeah, I think I know where you mean. Then the place we went past isn't your base, that's someone else's. The place we saw was like directly on the shore of a lake or a pond. More like come on fellas, throw me a bone, give me a fucking thread or something already. Did we go through everything in here? Looks like it. Right. Next. What about this? Yeah, all of that as well. Excuse me. Oh, hello. Negan jacket. Nice. All right.
Hello there.
It's rather fucked up, though. All right, up we go. See if we can get some onions or potatoes. If we get an onion, we can go into the forest and get... Yeah, that's the one. Go into the forest and get a mushroom, then we can make a mixed skewer. Make better use of that meat. Potato? Come on. Throw us a potato. No. Any more onions? Yo, shit! The fuck did you come from? Well, that didn't take long. That didn't take long at all. I thought we might actually make it once we got round that corner. We would have been able to melee kill that other dude, that fucking puppet we didn't need.
My life was a peaceful one.
It's not even there. It's like, I get it. That's shit to begin with. It's their proximity that you have no real level of warning. Yeah, they're basically directly in front of you. We're going to go through the airport, and then we're going to make our way up to Junkyard. I'm not going to bother with the town right in the corner there. And we were there, like we were there moments ago, looking in that direction, and then there's nothing. You turn around, you turn back, and they're there. That's just unacceptable, if you ask me. It's like it's literally spawning them right in front of you on purpose. That's why I say that the proximity thing is just broken. Let's get this out of the way, shall we? I mean, short of what we did there, like backing off and looking for cover, I don't know. what much else you can really do to plan for that, to be quite honest. People say, oh, you've got to crouch walk. No, no, no. I'm sorry, no. You've literally got to, now just because they've added the NPCs, you're forced to crouch walk whenever you're going through a fucking town. That's ludicrous. Yeah, that's throwing the baby out with the fucking bathwater. You shouldn't have to make such a massive, massive change in your gameplay to avoid getting spawned on. People that say, "Oh, crouch walk, bro, crouch walk," yeah, you're just making it worse. You still need to be able to go, you know, make your way around the map in a more normal fashion. Yeah, okay, maybe not run, but at minimum jog, and still have, you know, a decent opportunity to come across them via your senses, hear them, see them, and then try to get to cover. Crouch walking all throughout. It's not a fucking abandoned bunker, mate. We're not going to crouch walk the entire island just because of NPCs. Or will you throw rocks to distract them and then they'll go after that? Is that what you mean? Like we used to do back in the day with C4 puppets at the gas station. We'll have to give it a whirl. Yeah, that's the other part, that the NPCs, at minimum, based on their level, should have something similar to puppets, if you ask me. You should be able to use bushes to get away from them, to like break their line of sight. They're fucking homing missiles at the moment. Once they see you, it doesn't matter what you do, you can't get away from them. And we've got a restart in 10 minutes. Connection's fine on my end, mate. Right now, everything's super stable. Right now I've got 170 frames and OBS doesn't have a single issue. It, like it always is when we're on the meat grinder. Well, or any one of Luthius' servers actually. Right, and that's as far as we can go now with the Dina quests. Oh, you're in Tanzania? Okay, cool. I don't think we've had any viewers from Tanzania yet. Welcome. You're in one of the many countries surrounding South Africa that has Starlink, though, no? That's Elon Musk's almost personal fuck you to the South African government for being the way that they are with their regulations. He's going to basically turn South Africa into an island as far as Starlink, as far as his companies go. Everywhere in Africa is going to have Starlink long before they ever do. Fishing glitch. Yeah, you can. I'm not gonna show people it, because if you don't know, then to be quite honest, good, because people shouldn't be using stuff like that. But oh, that you don't have Starlink yet. Oh, I thought you guys had Starlink. But anyway, Sam, you can insta-land fish. Yeah, there's a method by which when the fish is hooked, you only have to press one button and it instantly lands it. You don't have to do the scroll wheel. You don't have to mess about with whether the line is going to break or not and all that kind of stuff. You press one button and it's landed and you get the fame. Yeah, and that's an exploit. And that's what the people at the, well, I can't guarantee all of them, but I know at least 2 of them are using that exploit to get fame. And because if you go to an area where you're ocean fishing, yeah, so you're on the coast, you're going to be catching tuna, so you get a whole load of fame, yeah, because the larger the tuna you catch, the more fame you get. But even, you know, small to medium sized tuna give you decent fame. And then you cut said tuna up and you can sell it to the saloon to make money. So all you've got to do is sit in the safe trader, yeah, cast, catch, cast, catch, cast, catch, and you can get a dozen fucking fish within minutes. So you've got fame, and then you take said fish, chop it up, go sell it, and you can make easily enough money to go and buy more fishing equipment and just rinse and repeat. and you can literally get hundreds and hundreds upon hundreds of fame in a sitting, yeah, and thousands of bucks. So the geared guys that are running around, yeah, the majority of what on here, at least, the majority of what they've got, they haven't looted or gone to an abandoned bunker for, yeah, they've just exploited their way to fame and money and bought it, and they just sit in safe areas and do that over and over. That's what I was complaining about and why I was complaining about it. If you want to do that, go to ND. No, I know, mate. I know. It's just a bit stupid. Even the Arabian countries don't have such bad conditions. Yeah, in Dubai, you have to have what they call there a quote-unquote sponsor. Yeah, and they have mandatory, it's mandated certain percentage share of your business, but it's nowhere near 96%, and it actually does have its benefits. Yeah, they're helping people in their own country, but still leaving things open enough for business that their hands that they aren't basically, you know, fucked out of their money for doing business in their country. No, I know. I had a friend that worked there for lived and worked there for many years. All right, let's turn the filter back on, shall we? So you guys can see a little more, and we'll make our way to the airfield, and then from there we'll go to junkyard. Hello, chicken. Really? They still haven't solved that. 1 feather instead of 5. Alright, let's make room for the chicken, shall we? Now at least we've got food. No, I know. And the reason there was such a big boom there, I learnt this from a Frenchman I happened to come across in life. Older gentleman that had been working all over the world in many different places. He'd worked in Tanzania as well, actually, come to think of it. Nigeria, Dubai, UAE, all over the place. I met him when I was working in Africa, in Angola. The reason that Dubai had such a massive spike is the king or emperor or whatever you want to call him of Dubai went to the heads of the wealthiest families in the country and said, I want this place, I want Dubai to become a central hub for commerce all across the board. Whatever land you need, you will get for free. Just build Dubai and turn it into the best city in the world. And they went off and did it. Yeah, and in the space of 30 years, they turned a straight road, which had a couple of fucking houses on it in barren desert, into a fucking, you know, mecca of commerce and tourism and all sorts of other industry. Oh yeah, tell me about it, mate. Coming across wolves, like packs of wolves right in front of you, bears that just seemingly happen to poof into existence from nowhere. That chicken. Oh, and there's the restart. Oh, yeah, no, indeed, Angola. I worked there for damn near exactly 2 years. $22 beers. It's a good thing I'm not a beer person. I just grab my duty-free whiskey on the way there, and then I'll be done. Right, is it restarted? It should be, because it is rather fast on this server. Yeah, indeed. All right, swiftly moving on. That's one of the things that was ludicrously cheap there. We were talking about this just the other day. In Angola, alcohol, well, okay, liquor wasn't necessarily as cheap, but beer and cigarettes were some of the cheapest that I've ever seen. You could get a can of beer for like literally like 20 cents and a pack of cigarettes for about the same. Hey, Mr. Jos. Dag meneer. Yeah. If you went to a bar in Angola, like you went to well, probably not even like a high-end place, even just like a mid-tier place, it would start at the door. It's a $50 entrance fee, but then you get like some tickets, and out of that $50 you'd usually be able to get like 2 beers, and there were 4 of us. I had a whiskey coke and everyone else had beers, and I paid almost that, like $100 and something, $110, $120 with tip for a whiskey and 3 beers. In those countries, when you go to bars like that, you see some of like the most ludicrous wealth flaunting you've ever seen. Like we didn't go to those places much because they were so expensive, But, you know, we'd go maybe once or twice a year just to, like, stick our nose out and see what's what. Just have a bit of fun. And every time you'd see typical big dude, yeah, has his entourage, reserved table in, like, a booth or something, and they'd just be... you know, they'd see one of the other tables ordering in a whole bunch of shit, and then they just have to, like, one-up one another back and forth, and you'd see bigger and bigger orders of shit going over to the table, and it wasn't uncommon for them to drop on an average weekday, yeah, where they hardly spent any time there whatsoever. They maybe spend, like, 1 or 2 hours there. On a weekday with a small entourage, they'll be dropping, you know, $15,000-$20,000, and then at the weekend when they're there the whole time, you'd see bills easily of like the $150,000+. Yeah, like from behind the bar, like 4 girls would come out with big trays all full of fucking Cristal and original bottles of, you know, full bottles of every liquor you can think of, and mixers and everything, and it'd just be constant fucking flows of alcohol the entire night. Are we already by the... Did we blast past the airfield already? I think we did. Yeah, we did. I wasn't paying attention. All right, well, we'll just make our way to the junkyard then, I guess. Yeah, and then you come out of the bar, and you walk down the street, and then you'll see a toddler crouched in between 2 cars taking a shit, with the ghetto across the way. I worked at a moving company, like doing removals for the big oil and gas companies, moving their employees, executives, etc., in and out of country. And there was one high-rise in particular that had a penthouse suite at the top, which was $1 million rent a month. $1 million a month. And you literally step out of that building. It was right on the corner of right on a weird corner street. You'd step out and you'd look across the way, and literally you'd see shantytown ghetto, with people with, you know, barely any clothes on their back, no shoes, like that typical thing that when you think of like third world country, that you know, that image you get conjured in your mind. Exactly that. People walking out with fucking $100,000 watches on their hands and clothes that cost more than your entire year's salary, and then just across the street you've got people living in squalor that can barely put food on the table for the day. Like, you can tell stories and what have you, and people try to imagine what it's like, but you can't really fathom it until like you've been there and you've experienced it and you've seen it. It's just such a massive culture shock. You know what we had an ample supply of? And you'll probably never guess. Oh, no, absolutely you don't. Absolutely you don't. You might, you might listen to stories and read accounts and think, oh, think you might know what it's like, but you don't until you've actually experienced it. Well, you know what we had an ample supply of as a removals company, working with locals? Tim, can you hazard a guess? Working with locals in a situation where you have like Western conveniences in the house. What do you think we had an ample supply of? Toilet seats. I'll let that sink in for a minute and you might realize why. You might. Yeah, but in modern houses where people from the Western world are living, yeah, for the oil and gas companies, yeah, people from America and throughout Europe, they're going to have the standard Western toilets. They have toilet seats. They're used to the locals are used to squatting. What would they do? They look at a Western toilet and have no idea what they're looking at, and they just stand up on the toilet seat and squat. So just about every single removals job we went to, we would inevitably, like, even though we told them dozens of times, like, if you need to go to the bathroom, use the facilities at home base before you go, or if you really need to go, then we'll take you to go to the toilet. Let us know. But just about every single removals job, basically one of the things on my checklist at the end of the day, have they collected all of the empty boxes? Have they cleaned up the garbage? Have they, stacked things and then go and check the toilets? Like, literally, it was on my checklist of things to do, to go through the house and check all of the toilets to see if the toilet seat was broken or not. If one of our guys had gone to the bathroom and broken it from standing on the toilet. And if they had, I'd go to the van, take out one of the toilet seats and change it. But the thing is, like, I'm not talking about it to, like, shame them or anything, or say bad things about them. It's just a cultural difference. Like, it's a fact of life. There's a cultural difference, And as far as like the education goes and their knowledge of certain things, you can't really blame them. Yeah, coming from a Western background, the vast majority of you guys watching, yeah, with, you know, growing up in a house with heating and hot and cold running water and flushing toilets and, you know, a decent roof over your head and everything, and education, yeah, which at least up to high school is free, you really can't fathom the difference. Because, you know, their country was, first of all, controlled by the Portuguese for so long. Then they went through a civil war to get. They went through a war against the Portuguese to get rid of them. And then they went through a civil war for the local groups vying for power. Yeah, and it hasn't been all that long since that's over, and they just don't have infrastructure. There are generations of kids that basically just grew up knowing war and poverty, and they've never had any education to speak of. Yeah. So really simple things like just moving something heavy, yeah, using leverage, or how to best pick something up with like a lifting strap or something. None of those things are anywhere near logical to them, because, you know, they don't know what physics is. They don't know what, you know, what those concepts are. It's not their fault. It's their fucking government's fault for leaving them where they are. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, mate. I know exactly what you mean. Same thing. One of the guys on our crew, one of the best guys, and I say that not necessarily in like his knowledge and everything, but just his attitude and his willingness to work and learn. We were working late one time at one of the sites, and we needed a couple of extra people to stay behind at the end to help us out. And then because they've got, you've probably got the same thing in Tanzania, those little minibus taxis that are like blue and white, or yellow and white, red and white, where you pay, you know, whatever it is, a couple of bucks, and you get in and it takes you on certain routes. Yeah, they'd use that to get home. But then by the time, you know, the guys that we'd asked to stay later wouldn't be able to get one of those taxis because there wouldn't be one available anymore. So we'd say, oh, we'd drop you home. And a number of times we went to some of these guys' places, and it's just the same thing. A wood or metal shack, bare light bulb in the room, like exactly what you said. No doors, no windows, water in a jug that they bring from like a central point. People in the Western world really don't know how good they have it. Really don't know how good they have it. After having worked there, it seriously changed my perspective on things in life, like literally how good we have it. And it reinforced in me all the more just how much I despise people that have this entitlement in the Western world, expecting so many things to be laid out on a fucking silver platter that you know, I have a right to this and I have a right to that. No, you have a right to absolutely fucking nothing, love, other than the air that you breathe. You need to work for absolutely everything else, and no one needs to give you a fucking thing. And if you can do that, left alone, and out of the sweat of your own brow, you can get some stuff together and you can make it without being beaten, without being extorted, without being, you know, any other number of things that other people have to put up with. Yeah, you can just be left alone to live your life and get shit together off the sweat of your own brow. You've already got it better than 99% of the world out there. That you aren't owed anything whatsoever. Anyway, let's change the subject. It's getting a bit deep and dark. How about those NPCs, huh? We'll stop by the brick factory and see what we can grab in there. People underestimate gaming. People underestimate gaming. Like I don't like quoting things from Joe Rogan because it can be a bit of an eye roll, because, you know, a lot of it you've got to take with a pinch of salt, but there is a lot of good stuff that they talk about on there. And there was one thing in particular where they looked into studies on surgeons, and surgeons that regularly played video games, yeah, tended to be at least 25% better across the... Can we fucking chop this thing up? Yeah, at least 25% better across the board. In terms of a lot of things, like the main metric that they use there is like their success rate and malpractice and things like that. And the surgeons that regularly played video games would often be at least 25% in 25% better standing than the ones that didn't. It's a massive workout for your brain, and depending on what you're playing, it makes a massive difference in hand-to-eye coordination, problem solving, especially in games like this. People underestimate it. It's a shame we can't use the drumsticks on the skewer. We'd need the stupid barbecue cookbook and a grill grid to be able to cook those. It's just wasted meat at this point. And you can make fish bait from it, but that's kind of a waste. Oh, would you look at that? I need a drink. Oh man, I am so glad it's Thursday. I'm definitely looking forward to sleeping in at the weekend. As long as the weather allows. If it doesn't get too hot. They didn't change it, did they? No. Rabbit meat, chicken meat, but no legs. And we've got no other use for it here. What alternate universe are you in? So it's basically 8 weeks off. 8 weeks on, 3 weeks off then. Yeah, I used to be 3 months on, and then depending on how quickly the visa would come through for the return, 3 to 4 weeks off. So what's that? 12 weeks on, 3 to 4 weeks off. And then travel would basically be less, well, overall, approximately a day. A day there, a day back. Fly from Luanda. Luanda to either Amsterdam or Dubai, and then Dubai, Budapest. Was it to Dubai? It was like 9 hours. Well, 9 or 11. It really depends on weather and when you were flying. And then maybe a couple of hours layover in Dubai, and then another 5 hours from there to Hungary, to Budapest. On my first outing, when I very first got to the country, I was in for 8 months. Yeah, I was gonna get there, and like the vast majority of Westerners that work there work on a, you know, quasi official, unofficial way of doing things, where you'd get a visa for 1 month. Sorry, I was just paying attention to this guy. Get a visa for 1 month, which you could extend in country twice, and then you leave, and then you get another visa and go back again, and you just do that constantly. But because I was going to be on a more long-term contract, you know, at least that my first contract was for 2 years, and then depending on how things went, maybe for longer. When I first got there, they handed in my passport and all of my documents and everything for the long-term visa. But there happened to be some shit going on in in the visa department. Like, the corruption there is massively, like, it's massive. Yeah, and it just so happened that they started an investigation into the visa department just roundabout when I got there, so that we handed in my passport and all of my papers, and the dude that was supposed to be working on my visa was under investigation. So he was just well, along with, you know, basically everyone else there. So he had to keep his head down. He wasn't able to do shit. Yeah, for fear of getting sent to prison for something. So my passport was basically stuck along with, you know, who knows how many other people's in his little lockbox for the better part of 8 months, until everything calmed down in the department. And at the end of it, I didn't even have my long-term visa. And then they had to basically smuggle me out of the country, because I was there on a 1-month visa that had never been extended, and I'd been in the country for 8 months. So I had an overstay of 7 months, which probably would have amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars, like hundreds, if not millions, because I think it's something like $140 a day. This was back then. It was $140 a day for overstay on your visa for the first month. And then it started to exponentially increase to the point where it would basically be tens of thousands of dollars of fine per day. So they would have had to pay like hundreds of thousands of dollars because of my overstay. And then I would never have been able to go back to the country. Then I would have been blacklisted, and that would be it. So they literally had to go to one of the customs guys and say, hey, we've got this dude, he needs to leave clean. And basically I was given a phone number to send a text to when I was at the airport, and an envelope. And then I texted the number, and an SMS comes back saying, go to booth 7. I go to booth 7, big smile on my face, hand in my passport and the envelope, and the guy takes a look in it and takes a look at my passport and goes through, you know, the motions, gives him my stamp and says, thank you, goodbye. And that's the only way I was able to leave the country without paying a ludicrous fine. It cost them like 10 grand, but that's a lot less than the hundreds of thousands it would have been officially, and I was still able to officially come back into the country. And it was no real fault of our own. Fucking wolf in the middle of Brickyard. You need a sewing kit to make the wolf headdress as well, don't you? Oh, no, you don't. Jó estét, Sándor. Oh yeah, I could have, what is it? Could possibly have even looked at prison time, depending on how it was getting handled, and you know, whether they wanted to make an example out of me or not, and whether if the company would have been able to pay, all that kind of jazz. You know, that there was the possibility of prison. I mean, even leaving had like, if I sent that SMS and then they told me to go to booth 7, had things gone a little wrong when I went there, yeah, then, you know, I might have potentially been giving my passport and the money to the wrong person, and then because of that I would have been looking at potential prison time. You never really know. Oh, same old, mate. meat grinder's been grinding on us. Nothing special. Same shit, different day. Jesus Christ. The fuck was that? Oh, you've got to be fucking shitting me, right? This is starting to get out of hand. This is what happened. This is what happened, Shunny. Just too many times over already. It's a fucking C3. I'm gonna have to get rid of our shirt as well if we want to survive this. Maybe even our pants. No, that'll do. Right, let's lie down and let that get better, shall we? Just the sheer volume of arrows that I was... that was a fucking barrage. We had like, what, 3 or 4 arrows go past us within this, the space of a second? And then followed by a shotgun blast. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, the people we're few and far between. It really depends on like what industry you're in. The vast majority of people work up to a certain point, doing the adventure stuff, and then go through the same standard things, family, find get a girlfriend, get married, have kids, get a house, retire at like 45, 50, depending on what they were doing. And then you don't really come across them all that much, all that often. Oh, on LDR, it's way different. On LDR, it's way different. We're already fully kitted on LDR, and we've got a decent amount of money. We did have a cruiser until someone stole it, but we've got military gear, multiple weapons, vehicle, the whole 9 yards. And we've been able to handle the NPCs. That's cool. Have you ever been to Angola yourself? Because I know that outside of the oil and gas industry, there is a lot of gold and diamonds, among other things, that they would be mining for. Oh no! In the beginning, yeah, I'm not lessening it in any way. In the beginning, it's still hard. It's not as hard as here, but yeah, it's still hard. But it's easier to get over that first hurdle over there. Alright, once we're healed up, we'll eat and drink. Welcome back. I still got coffee, don't I? Oh, indeed. Right, that's our bleed taken care of. Yeah. At the brickyard, I had about 4 dudes shooting at me with bows and a guy with a shotgun just come out of nowhere from the main brickyard building. Again, no footsteps, no voice lines, just boom, shooting at me. Which way's which? There's brickyard, alright. Let's see how far they came after us. That's a puppet. Yeah, you and me both, mate. You and me both. Made our way all the way up here, and we're a stone's throw away from junkyard, where we might actually be able to get a decent start. Scared the living daylights out of me. Okay, cool. That's an NPC. Judging by how quickly they're moving. Can barely see him in the mist though. Oh, and there's another group of them to our left. Up in the tree line. Let's see if we get the opportunity to make some more arrows. Oh, I know, mate. I know.
Hello there.
No. Well, technically, yes. One of the things that they fixed was that this patching wounds only takes 2 rags to fix instead of 3. So you don't have to cut up multiple pieces of clothing for that. But in the process of fixing that, they broke this. Yeah, you can't go past the food and water quest because collect a food or beverage item, regardless of what food or beverage item you collect. Yeah, because look, I've got water and I had skewers, but it doesn't tick it off. So they fixed something, but broke at least one. which is about par for the course for these guys, to be honest. Oh, and we broke our axe. Isn't that glorious? Well, let's pop it. I want to see if we can lure them in, get them from a distance. We'll put that on because we're cold. No, I won't be collecting the frying pan because it's not Fortnite. What did I want to do? Oh yeah, cancel that because we can't complete it anyway. We've got plenty of shit to use as cover. If we can start shooting at them from a distance, maybe land some good headshots, we should be able to take them apart before they get close to do significant damage. If I could actually see them. Where are you? You've got to be fucking kidding me, right? Thank God for that fucking knife. Could have done without that last hit. I hope they're still there. I hope they're still there. Oh, and he's got more friends. I want to be able to search them. Yep, they're still there. All right, let's get this out of the way quickly, shall we? We need our arrows and whatever they have to offer. Oh, the puppets took care of the other guy. Pants and a jacket, that's nice. Very much need that. Improvised stab, yep, I'll take that. Even though it's in shit condition, we can repair it. Can we draw the bow? We can, it just takes forever. I really need to go out and take a look at that other NPC that the puppet downed. We might be able to get some good shit off of him as well. If the body hasn't despawned yet. There was no point. There was no point in trying to fucking save myself from that. I whiffed that shot. I wouldn't have had time, even with a bash, to take care of the two of them.
My life was a peaceful one.
Let's sprinkle about some points, shall we? Right, add points to all viewers. There you go, have some fun. Where are we? Oh, we're on the far side of the Zeds again, aren't we? Almost the exact same place. We can get back to where we were with a YOLO run. It'll take probably less than 10 minutes to get back to where we died. Well, about 10 minutes. The wind isn't exactly helping us. Right, you run that way, mate. Keep going until I tell you to stop. It's alright, mate. It's alright. Right, the vast majority of my... Like, that death right there, completely avoidable. Like, I know it. We could have... We could have just holed up in the kitchen, laid down, let ourselves heal up, and we would have been able to carry on, no problem whatsoever. I just, you know, I want to push it. I want to actually get on. NPC, potentially well-armed. NPC had been killed by the puppets. I wanted to go and see if I could find his body. And it went bad. Like, if I was just playing it completely boring and straight and narrow, I could have just lied down in the kitchen and let myself heal, and we'd still be alive. But then then by that time, the NPC body would have despawned, and then we lose any opportunity to get a gun. Like, they claim performance as one of the reasoning behind the NPC bodies disappearing as quickly as they do. why they can't leave the NPC bodies at least as long as the at least as long as the puppet bodies, I don't know. I don't see how many more NPC bodies they're expecting to see across the map that it would have any significant impact on performance. Oh no, I know it was going to be camped. I just didn't expect to see that many. There were like 4 of them. And they were still rather close to one another. It's RNG, Tim. It's a randomizer game. People join and then it's just chance what will happen. I know. I know. The thing is, there are so many people out there, like I'm not one of them. I don't claim to be one of them, but far from it. But there are so many people out there that are like into the dev world, whether it's game coding or otherwise, that are savvy enough, you know, have an understanding of what's going on to be able to read between the lines as to when they're bullshitting and when they're not. And a lot of developers don't seem to really, you know, care or take that into consideration when they're putting out statements of information. It's just going to be a matter of time until gamers get more and more pissed off and disenfranchised, where they're just, the devs are more or less looking at the players as idiots and giving them BS statements as to what's up. Maybe try starting and treating people as equals as they are, that maybe they actually understand what's going on in a situation and just be a little bit more direct and honest, and people might actually fucking respect you for it. Instead of looking at us like we're idiots. Yeah, if they came and said, look, we could do this, but then it's going to take, you know, XYZ amount of manpower, which is going to lock down certain colleagues for, you know, a longer period of time than we are willing or able to accept, because we have so many other things on the docket that are either more important, or things that, you know, whether it's bug wise more important, or a feature that's key to the game. Yeah, and we simply don't have the resources and the manpower to keep up with it. I'd say, yeah, fair dues. All right. People can fucking understand that, and they'd be willing to accept it. Especially when it comes to like an indie studio. Yeah, you've got a finite number of people. There's only, you know, so many hours in a day, and no one's expecting them to fucking work like robots. Just give us the fucking skinny. Maybe actually fucking trust that people will be understanding. If they gave us like the real talk version of things, and then people still come out of the woodwork and give them shit for it, I guarantee you, then contra, even more people would come out of the woodwork to stand up for the devs and then shoo off the fucking naysayers and the trolls. But the way it stands, you know, people aren't willing to stand up for the devs because they just feel, you know, they're disenfranchised from being lied to for so long. Like when Tomislav makes his mean tweets and like his direct takes, especially around about the time that the Jagex takeover thing happened. Yeah, for what he stood up and said, I have way more respect for the man than some of the others, and for like for doing that than a lot of the other guys. You know, he's sticking his neck out and speaking his mind. Oh yeah, definitely, mate, definitely. Oh, I have zero experience in it. I have zero experience. That's why I say, you know, I'm not saying I'm one of those people that understands what's going on, but you know, I'm world savvy enough to be able to read between the lines when I'm being lied to. As they say, you can't bullshit a bullshitter. Oh, you and many other people, mate. You and many other people. It's just, you know, who knows what the internal politics are, especially now, since the Jagex acquisition. I mean, PK used to work alongside the devs on quite a lot. I mean, there's a damn good reason why his ugly mug is in the game, among other things. Yeah, there's been a number of people over the years that they've either been put out to pasture or shunned. And it's a shame, because there's a lot of people out there that have, you know, serious love, like borderline addiction for this game, that would be, you know, more than willing and able to help, but they just don't take it on. It's all about politics, even even outside of like full-on politics. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about politicians wise. Yeah, whether it's office politics, social politics, cultural politics, actual politics, it's all down to the politics of the situation. It's like brass tacks. Yeah, I was about to say I wouldn't exactly call it jaded, but then if I think about it, yeah, it depends on how much time you spend and whether you're really looking at it in an objective way or not. Jaded probably is the best word for it. As long as you don't let it turn, you don't let it turn you like too cynical and resentful, then yeah, then jaded probably is the best word for it. You definitely do get a very different outlook on the world. Getting to know other people from different countries, different cultures, all different walks of life, from, like, you know, the poverty-stricken to the billionaire, with everything in between. It gives you a very different outlook on things. Where the fuck are we? Oh, have I gone completely the wrong fucking way? Oh, Christ. Where's that fucking bridge? I'm just gonna fucking swim across. Fuck it, I've got nothing on my back anyway. Nothing's gonna... There's the bridge over there. Nothing's gonna pull me down. We'll wait to get some stamina. Go ahead, mate. Go ahead. Overall, it's more the NPC system that I'm interested in, if there's anything they can do to fucking improve it, but... all information is good. Right now, we're in A0. That bridge to the left of us, which I thought we were running towards, is the bridge that leads to what was the A0 bunker. But we went a lot more east than I was expecting, because I wasn't paying attention to the sky. I was just running. I should have been keeping, like, that light that you see off in the left, which is the power plant. I should have been keeping that in my sights, and then we would have been okay, but I was just randomly running, and we ended up way too far east. I must say, I do like the fact that we can, as I mentioned this yesterday already, but I do like the fact that we can see the light coming from the power plant from basically the entire island. It gives you a nice solid point to be able to get your bearings from. Probably should have filled our stomach with water when we were at the river. Never mind. That is the right bridge, isn't it? I believe so. Right, once we get out of these hills, we should basically be at the brick factory. And with any luck, our body's still there. At least we'll be able to pick up the basics and not have to remake some things, which I'm slowly but surely getting tired of. I'm still paying attention, Sam. I don't know. I saw you. Oh, there you go. Come on, stamina. Sacrificing more dexterity for the higher con is the way to go. Like the last couple of times we healed ourselves, I was doing it with basically trash rags, and my immune system was more than strong enough to handle it. That's the brick factory over there. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail and we'll have our shit back. What little we had. Like a shitty pair of jeans, a jacket and a bow. It's more about like some of the other stuff, like the screwdriver and what have you. But what's the barrier? What's the barrier that they use for triggering? Is it a proximity thing, like area of effect? Or like what is the barrier? As far as I was aware, it's a number of different things, including that takes into consideration your skills. So things like stealth, the sound that you're making, what speed that you're moving around at, on top of you know, a bunch of other things. You saw nothing, darling? Alright, she didn't see me. We were over by one of these holes in the wall, weren't we? Yep, there we go. The bow's gone. We spent so much time away. We can remake that. We left a knife in here. That's probably gone as well by now, though, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. And nothing. Hey, Sledge. What's up, mate? Welcome back. All good. All good. Thank you very much. Not gone crazy just yet. Getting there. Getting there, but holding it together for now. Yo, did it not chop that fucking bush down? Can you chop the bush down, please? Thank you. Uh-huh. I do want to chop myself up. We can have some dinner out of myself. And of course, because those stone knives seem to be made out of fucking Play-Doh, we have to make yet another one just to finish our bow. It's like, for Christ's sake, make those bloody stone knives a little more durable. Just to go through the Dina tasks, you have to make like 3 of them. Fucking ridiculous. Alright, give me a bow so I can go and chop my ass up. Like, literally. Yeah. For the 3rd time in the last 2.5 hours. I mean, we are pushing it. Yeah. We're not going easy on ourselves by any stretch of the imagination. I am pushing it to try and get shit together as quickly as possible, but that comes with its own inherent risks. That you're much more likely to spawn NPCs very frequently, and so far the game has not disappointed because it's spawned NPCs on us at absolutely every possible turn. Alright, let's slap a quick fire together here, shall we? You've got to be shitting me. I'd say my shots are on point. Can I make my fucking fire now, please? Oh, we're going to have to make it elsewhere. Let's grab the meat. Grab some of that. Chop up some more quickly. Where's the knife? Drop the torso up. No, it seems like it's not. Alright, let's make a quick bone needle as well while we're at it, or two. If we've got bones at our disposal. Unfortunately, we don't have high enough survival to be able to make a sewing kit. We still need two more uses of thread or fishing line. You know what we could quickly go and check out? We've got the gas station just around the corner. Hey, Sam. Oh, shit. But killed by a player or an NPC? Or something else? Alright, let's switch to jogging. The sheer volume of NPCs we keep coming across is just fucking ludicrous. That's one. I heard one of them die. Go on, puppets. You show him who's boss. Go on, mate. You can do it. Oh, he's killed him. There is another one. I heard an arrow being shot at me as well. Where are the fucking stones? Thank you. Yeah, I know, mate. I wasn't bothered because I knew we were going to make it anyway. If we were closer to death, then I would have done that. And welcome back, mate. Yeah, we're going to need to do something. As our system isn't strong enough to handle both of those. We need some garlic or antibiotics. Or some alcohol. I have a feeling there's still going to be another NPC in here somewhere. I heard an arrow go past me. And I haven't killed a dude with a bow yet. Really? That's a whole lot of use. Thank you very much. Right. Let's remove any possible source of external pathogen. That should help. Yeah, once this C1 heals, then that 2.4% immune system buff we have there will go over to here, and then it'll help us heal up. Survivable. This is what we needed to do before the previous death. Instead of going after that NPC body that I knew that was going to be camped by puppets, we just do this and wait. I've got nothing else to do but wait right now. So we're going to do it whatever happens. Before, we had reason to go out and push a little. Nearby, yeah. Little more than a stone's throw, but yeah. Now you see the contamination is gone from that. And now our immune system's strength is in full force on that, pushing the contamination down on that. So even if you don't have garlic or antibiotics, just getting naked is going to help you, because the main source of the contamination is going to be the dirty clothes that you have on. That improvised stab-proof vest was probably a large part of the fact that we survived that. When the dude with the shotgun hit us, I totally thought we were going to go down. Picking that up, even though it was only at like 20-something%, was definitely worth it. Not that I'm aware of, mate. For the heat thing, not that I'm aware of. The only thing that I can imagine playing into your immune response as far as like hot or cold goes is whether you're hyper or hypothermic. If you're either one of those, then that's going to be a detriment, because that brings your stats down. So you do need to be, you know, in a temperate point. If we were in the snow doing this right now, it would be bad, because then we'd go hypothermic, and then that would have a detriment on our immune system, and you get rather a lot of HP taken off for hypothermia. So you can really only do this with more significant injuries in like temperate areas. If you're in a hot place, then sure, yeah, you can still do it because you're not going to go hypothermic there. But if you're in the snow, then doing this is probably going to end up killing you just in a different way. All right, there we go. Survived, albeit I don't know for what. All right, let's cook up, shall we? Let's get some food in our belly. Does this water fountain have any water in it? No, of course it doesn't. And we need another knife as well. Right, where are you, Stones? Stones, where are you? I need a knife. I preferred it when you were able to search the piles of stones multiple times, just walking around it at different locations. Now you can only ever search a pile of stones once. Where did you fuckers come from all of a sudden? You've got to be kidding me. All we were doing is standing here making a fire and now we get more shit spawned on our head. There's more shots being fired over there again. It just never ends. They're probably just going to add the... They're probably just going to add the need for you to boil water. There'll be fresh water in streams and large lakes, and then everything else will be salt water or dirty water. And you'll probably just have to boil water to ensure that your water's clean. Otherwise you'll get things like dysentery and diarrhea. That's what I'd put my money on. It's a puppet. Right, we need to make ourselves some more arrows again. We're getting low. It would be nice to see them do something with food repulsion where it's not just us puking. Yeah, the extra players thing, I know. Then they have all the different extra multipliers that come into play and other things. Like in the grand scheme of things, whether it's puppets or NPCs, the main thing that I take issue with, and I think a lot of people probably agree with this, is that the default, the baseline minimum distance, yeah, should be a lot further out than what it is right now. Because a number of times over the last 2 or 3 days that we've been playing this, we've had them spawn in basically in front of us. Yeah, no more than 10 meters away, looking at a direction, no NPC, poof, NPC. Right in front, like where that fucking pole is. Moving around, looking, no NPC, boom, out of nowhere NPC. That's unacceptable. That should not happen. The baseline minimum distance that anything should be from a player should be pushed out by at least 2x, the default. And then you can tweak around and play with things in the settings. It's just unacceptable that we're still 8 years in, and now after full release, we're still at a point where you've got puppets and NPCs. Oh yeah, that's great. Oh, we've passed out and came to within split seconds. That's great. That wasted some of my skewer. Like, it's unacceptable. Think about the way things were when they first added the abandoned bunkers and made the overhaul of the puppet spawn system. It was exactly that pushed so many people away. So many. And we're out of fucking arrows. With an NPC coming. Because the wind's blowing and it's taking arrows all over the place. Like there's the on paper, the theory of how it's supposed to work, which is all well and good. I understand that part of it. It's not that I have that it's none of that I have any issue with. It's the baseline defaults that they use for certain things. They're just too short. We've got another knife over here somewhere, don't we? Yeah, there it is. No. Oh, hello. Now we're not going to be able to get the goodies from that fucking NPC again, because by the time we're done here, it'll despawn. I think I've only mentioned it like 3 or 4 times just today. It's another one of those things that they should most definitely increase. Don't give me performance BS. I don't believe you. Why that NPC that's just been killed, why that body can't stay there for at least as long as the puppet that's in the middle of the road? Yeah, I don't know. You're much more likely to come across large numbers of puppets whose bodies by default are going to be lying around for a lot longer. Yeah, you're going to come across vastly more puppets that you can kill and potentially leave, you know, like a dozen or 2 dozen bodies lying around. And it's okay for them to lie there, but the 3 or 4 NPCs that you kill, those have to be removed within like 30 seconds. Yeah, no, I don't buy it. I'm not buying what you're selling. It stinks. It's obviously these dudes that have killed that NPC. That's why they're all clumped together. But there's no NPC body for me to search. Right, we've eaten. There's another NPC out in the woods. I think the saying is going to need to change. It's not, does the Pope shit in the woods? Does the NPCs shit in the woods? Where's our knife? Let's make 2 more skewers and then bugger off. This place seems to be a fucking hotbed for these cunts right now. Welcome back, Mr. Becker. I'm not bothering to make a improvised rifle because we've only got one shotgun shell. And we don't have wire to make a pistol. Oh, speaking of which, we do want to... However disappointing it was to find that 9mm, it's still useful. We'll grab that before we leave. If it's still there. Yeah, but the old system was based on spawn points and spawn zones in much the same way. It was more based around proximity. It was simpler. Like, I understand how it works and what you're talking about, but as far as I'm concerned, none of it matters. Whether it's the old system, the new system, bottom line, the proximity to the player should not be as short as it is. Yeah, they could solve the vast majority of the issues that people have with the system simply by pushing out how far away the puppet is from you when it spawns in. Yeah, and for it to factor in whether there is like a wall between you and where it's supposed to spawn in. Yeah, if like in a bunker, for example, if they were to push out the proximity distance further away, yeah, then when you're inside of a bunker, the vast majority of times the algorithm would kind of get thrown for a loop because it wouldn't have the distance it needs, yeah, from the player to be able to spawn in what it wants to spawn in. But then in that case, they need to have some way for it to figure whether said puppet is going to have direct line of sight on the player when it's spawned in. If it doesn't, then yeah, it still gets the green light to go in. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. So that you don't get insta spawning right in your face. If there's a wall with either a window opening or a door in it that the puppet, NPC, whatever can come through to come at you, yeah, and it needs that there to be within the maximum proximity radius, spawn it in there, but then force it to make to say a dialogue line, so then you can more easily become aware of the fact that it's been put there. They need to do as much as they possibly can to stop the complete immersion breaking insta spawn in front of you. Whether that's 10 meters away from you or 30 meters away from you. The NPCs should not be allowed to spawn in the same fashion as puppets where they're directly in front of you and have a perfect line of sight. You never have a chance to fucking counter it in that case. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's nearly fucked. Right, how much space we got in our stomach? Not much. Let's eat one more, see if we can get that in. Well, 20. I don't really want to eat this one as well, but I don't really. It's either leave it behind or eat it because I don't want to drop any of the stuff that I have on me. Right, let's make our way to Junkyard, shall we? Let's take a nice little leisurely stroll for once. In the hopes that we don't spawn every NPC on the fucking island. I mean, I'm sure there's a number of different ways to go about it so that it's still good performance-wise. I just think they need to be putting a lot more effort into optimizing that system, because the way it is at the moment, it's no better than the original Puppet Spawn system was when they first introduced it, which caused so many people to flee from the game. Like, I'm saying this purely out of love for the game. Like, I want more people to come to the game. Yeah, I want there to be more players on the server that we potentially have the chance of shooting or getting shot by and having interactions with. Yeah, it's going to bring the overall level of our own experiences up. Yeah, we want more people here. Yeah, I'm complaining about it so hard simply because... Okay, it's just a puppet. Now, I don't want to see 1.0 go the way of, you know, whatever update it was when they introduced the abandoned bunkers. So many people, like myself included, for a period of time, so many people left at that time. It was not long after that happened that I went off to... It was not long after the Abandoned Bunker edition that I went off to play Horizon, because it just so happened to be out on PC at the time. I was like, well, I'm totally miffed with SCUM. I can't handle this right now. I don't want to put up with this shit. And I just went off and played Horizon till my heart was content. And had other games come along, you know, I don't know if I would have actually come back to SCUM or not. They're just not taking... They're not taking that, you know, strongly enough under advisement that there are a lot of people that are in this situation that have left the game and don't even want to come back to it anymore because of all of the bad experiences that they've had. It's not like there's enough. It's not like there aren't enough games out there for you to play anything else. Yeah, they really need to be working their asses off to keep hold of the people that are here. I mean, you can bring up a number of different games that have similar systems, whether it comes to entity spawning, whether it's an AI or items or resources, or, you know, that doesn't matter what it is. There are a number of games that you can bring up examples of that have solved what they're looking to take care of here in a way where the mechanic itself is more immersive, and it still doesn't break the bank as far as like performance goes. So it's possible. Yeah, we know it's fucking possible. There's games, like you say, like Ark, like Icarus, like God knows how many others on the list. People are doing it. Yeah, I think I'm hoping that kind of stuff will start to come with the Tech 1 armed NPCs. At least I bloody hope so. Can you guys see anything? Because I can't fucking see anything. We might as well be in hyperspace. That's about what it looks like. Sitting in the fucking cockpit of the Millennium Falcon going to fucking turning on the hyperdrive. No, exactly, Sledge. Exactly, Sledge. Like when after yesterday's debacle, that last death that kind of had me wishing to smash Alt F4 so hard the buttons would fucking explode. I just went off and played some Horizon. I went into Forbidden West and I went into the arena to carry on doing some of the champion level arena matches. Spent like 2 hours trying to kill 2 bile guts and 4 clamberjaws and had a whale of a time and totally chilled out. Yeah, you'd be right, Sam. You'd be right. I mean, if you can, for those people that are actually able to read between the lines, if you take a look at some of, like what I was talking about earlier, if you take a look at some of Tomislav's tweets, some of which is actually removed since, but if you look at some of his tweets, his mean tweets, and you read between the lines, you can very much see that what you're saying is clear and present. The modular vehicle thing, overall, I think was a good move. It's just the amount of time we went with no vehicles whatsoever before they added anything back was way too long. It was way too long. Like, we didn't even have fucking bicycles for God knows how long. And we were all running around everywhere. But the way that it's ended up is definitely better than the system that we had before. It's just a shame they're not doing more to build upon that. Yeah, just look at what we've brought up God knows how many times now. The fact that there's no bull bars for the front of the vehicles. You go out and buy, whether it's used or new, you go out and get an off-road vehicle. If it doesn't have a bull bar on the front of it, that's probably going to be the very first aftermarket thing that you do before anything else. You're going to put a fucking bull bar on the front of it. And that's the one thing that we can't add on the fucking thing in the game. Let alone spikes or fucking, whatchamacallit, snowplow or something like the RIS has. You get stupid metal coverings that you can only buy from the trader instead of having craftable versions. Yeah, and wheel armor that not even all vehicles have, that's way too easy to fucking destroy. Yeah, that's another one, yeah. Whether it's a rack that you have to craft or buy to put in the bed of the vehicle, or simply an innate ability to be able to drag a bike and put it inside the storage of a Rager, it needs to happen. Yeah, trailer for the boat. Yeah, it's all good shit. I totally get where you're coming from and totally agree. They've done too little to expand upon the modular system since adding it. Way too little. I mean, the company must be profitable. Yeah, it has to be, otherwise they would have gone the way of the dodo a long time ago, and Jagex would never have been interested in it. So they must have the resources to be able to bring some more people on board. Yeah, I get that they want to stay indie and they want to stay, you know, they want to stay small, and they might not necessarily have, you know, the management experience to be able to handle larger groups. But then, you know, maybe they should turn to Jagex for a little bit of assistance in that kind of thing. It's like, look, we need more people to be able to handle this, that, and the other. You know, do you have people that maybe we can get reassigned from you guys to be part of our team, and then look at, you know, splitting compensation to make it easier on themselves financially or whatever. I don't know if it's stubbornness or pride or just internal politics or what, but I don't see why they can't make those kinds of steps to help take the load off of themselves to be able to pick up the pace on the development of certain things. They have a very large turnover of people. That's rather interesting. Yeah. Even if you don't look at it as like the intelligence part, or even if you don't go as far as like going to the extreme that you're intelligent enough to build a turret, but you're too dumb to make some other things. Yeah. We can work leather well enough to be able to make a leather belt pistol holster. Yeah, which is a fairly intricate thing to do. I know, I've done leather work in the past. But we can't make a saddlebag. Camel fit. Yeah. We can make an improvised rifle, but we can't make a roof rack to go on a car. Yeah. You need a cookbook to know how to grill a chicken wing. You need the barbecue book to be able to figure out chicken wing on grill, leave for 3 minutes, turn, leave for 3 minutes, it's done. Because that's not the exact same thing that you do with the red meat, which you don't need the cookbook for. Yeah, there's so many holes in so many things. I mean, the list goes on. You could sit here for hours nitpicking at all of those things. And we're hypothermic. And there's not even all that much I can do to help myself by running, because then we'll just spawn NPCs all the faster. We've got to hope we can kill some puppets that actually drop some clothing items we can put on. -2 temperature differential. Like, there's a number of different things that they could do. Yeah, they've invited they've invited people to the offices from all walks as far as like streamers and what have you go. And they've got their own little group of testers. And you could say, like what I'm about to suggest, oh, it could be done via Zoom or even in a Discord channel or whatever. But never discount the value of like face-to-face. Yeah, the difference in the way in which people will talk to you back and forth when you're actually in person. If you ask me, out of all of the money that they've spent on all of the different things, market research, play testing, promotion through streamers, like whatever it is, they're at a point now where player base wise and awareness wise, the game is only going to start to get to increase in its reach. There's a lot of things in the game that quickly need to be seriously addressed, and there are certain key people within the community that have a hell of a lot of experience to draw upon and have a lot of ideas. Some are more familiar with the ins and outs of why certain mechanics are the way that they are. Yeah, so they, you know, some are more experienced with it, some are less. But right now, if you ask me, they do themselves a hell of a lot bigger favor by calling in, like to visit with them, a key group of people from the player base, being key streamers that have masses of experience. Yeah, fly them over to Croatia, drive them, whatever it is, however far away they are, put them up in a hotel, and then for like a couple of days, have them come into the offices, and every day they spend time going over certain key things. Everyone puts in their suggestions, devs can tell them directly what's what and why, and then they can kind of flesh things out. Yeah, you could say, oh, that can be done over Zoom or just email. No, it doesn't get done as quickly and as efficiently as like that. Because like I said, there's a massive difference in the way that people are going to talk to you and face you when it's face-to-face over in person, over Zoom. Get them in the room with them and then like have a real talk, brass tacks. This is what we feel. This is what we have as suggestions, and then the devs can counter, and then they can work things out, and then set up a hierarchy of things. I guarantee you, whatever list of things that they come up with, that's the most important to the least important of things that need to get fixed. If they went by that, that would bring thousands, if not tens of thousands of players back if they actually worked through those things in that fashion and followed through. Yeah, then players would finally see a real tangible change in what is changing their day-to-day playing. We don't need TPs. Yeah, am I happy that they're working on a fucking military shovel? Yeah, but I couldn't care less. Make the fucking NPC spawn better. Work out some of the other bugs. Like, I know some of these things that they're introducing, you know, maybe the person that's working on this has got nothing to do with the other thing because it's departmentally different. But I guarantee you that the person that's currently working on that fucking shovel is the right person to be working on something else that's more important than that shovel. Yeah, and it's them being able to take stepping away and taking an objective look at what the fuck it is that they need to get done, and actually doing that instead of overreaching with all of the other little shit is what needs to happen right now. Otherwise, the game's gonna die. We see, look at the influx of players that we've seen. Yeah, and not just by the server pops. I'm no great creator. I'm not, you know, I'm just a bald middle-aged dude playing and ranting and having some fun and trying to entertain you with a couple of hundred subs. I can fucking see it. You know, I've gone I've gone from getting a handful of subs every so often to like 10, 20, 30, 50, and my viewership's going up. I can see that there's an increase in fucking, want for what's going on. If I can see it, how can they not see it? I know they do, but they really need to be taking it more seriously and not drop the ball in a key moment. They're at one of those, like Colossus said. Yeah, three or four key moments. This is one of their 3 or 4 key moments. If they don't step up and fix things now, then they're going to seriously lose out on a massive number of players. Anyway. Rant over. We've arrived at my favourite POI on the map. Hopefully NPCs don't kill us. Yeah, and I'm not saying any of this simply to rag on them. I'm saying it all out fucking absolute love for the game, because I don't want to see it disappear. I don't want to see it fail. I want to see it become more successful. I want to see it become better. I enjoy playing the game the way that it stands, but I can see just how much more they could possibly bring out of it. And I want that to happen. Hey, Aquila, welcome. Thank you very much for the sub. Yeah, no, that's one we've brought up a number of times. Just about every single time we have a like we like roughly, every 6 to 8 months or so, we end up by some twist of fate having a fairly long conversation with Lithias about SCUM and things in general. Yeah, and just about every single time I remember having a longer heart-to-heart about over the game with him, that comes up. Yeah, the fact that the playtesters that the Gamepires have just seem to be wildly inadequate, and all they really need to do is give a key group of people from within the community that have a lot of experience in the game, beta access to be able to play their snapshots or whatever the fuck they want to call them, and then give them feedback on it. Just doing that would make a massive difference, and then they'd catch certain things long before they ever got close to putting out hot fixes and updates. A lot of the shit that they put out that messes up the game would get caught before they put out updates and hot fixes, if people that actually day in, day out play the game and know what to test and how to test it were the ones testing it. Like I'm not a particularly great Dean Hall fan, like far from it. Yeah, but what the structure that they've got worked out with the Icarus development is by far and away one of the best models that I've seen, like a smaller indie group use. They do exactly that. What you brought up as a previous example. Yeah, there's a testing branch that anyone has access to. Yeah, you buy the game. You don't have to be a choice person. Anyone that has the game, like Rust. Rust has the same. What was the other one that was on the tip of my tongue? I think Zomboid has it as well, with the unstable. But anyway, a number of them have it, but the guys that are over at Rocketworks with Icarus are using it very well. Anyone that has the game can select in Steam the betas and then get the beta. Yeah, and then it's got its disclaimer, this is unstable, you might lose the whatever. You do it with your own risk. But then all the feedback that they're getting from the hundreds, if not thousands of, or possibly even tens of thousands of people that are playing in that version of the game, yeah, gives them way more data to go on to figure out where the bugs are, what's, you know, what's the highest priority thing that they need to fix. And the game has changed by leaps and bounds since they've been working based on that. No, I know what you mean, mate. That's one thing I wouldn't be particularly great at, because I only ever come across those kinds of things by accident, because it's not my original intention to think, okay, how far can I push certain things? Oh, it does this, but can it do that? And my head doesn't work in that same way. The vast majority of things that I come across, I only come across by pure happenstance. But even then, the volume of things that I've come across is not insignificant. Just from paying attention. Who's there? Come on, Junkyard. Be good to us. After all that we've been through these last couple of spawns, give us a break. Thermometer, you can shove that right up where the sun don't shine. Fucking thermometer. That's useful. I've done some testing in the past, but that was just pure play testing. Yeah, when they were working on changing a mechanic to work a specific way from the way it was before. And they told me, all right, this is the way it's supposed to work, go off, build the systems, make your machines, and, you know, do what, and then let us know what works and what doesn't, and compared to the old system, differences and opinions and that kind of thing. That's a little different. It's, we came across certain broken things that needed fixing just by happenstance, but that's more of like a gameplay thing, like how balanced the mechanic is in the grand scheme of the system. That kind of thing I've done before, but not like bug play testing out and out. That doesn't look very comfortable, mate. Come on, give us some fucking thread or some fishing line. Daddy needs to make a bag. Yeah, why did that have any influence on the situation? No, my biggest problem is I tend to get a little, like, as you can probably see from the way I rant out every now and then, I get a little too invested and emotional, and it can come across as being aggressive, which puts people off, which I can understand. But you know, I wear my heart on my sleeve. If I've got an issue, I'm gonna say it, and sometimes, yeah, I can get a little bit worked up. So sue me. Alright, let's make a little pile of shit that we want to take with us, shall we? You come with me. I do need to keep an eye on my work computer because we are getting close to the start of my work shift. It's rather unfortunate that people would be that prejudiced. I'll come back and get you. Right, how are we doing food-wise? We're okay food-wise. What we really need is fucking more clothes to put on. There's only a handful of people left from the original group of like SCUM streamers / promoters that I even give any credence to. I base that on just the unadulterated, unjustified hype that they put out. I still rather enjoy and pay attention to what someone like Kitchma's doing. Miss M's got a lot of really interesting stuff going on. And there's a handful of others, like even Dream was like part of the original group of people that that were SCUM streamers and promoters that got streamer loot, and he's still among those few that I would still bother turning to watch for entertainment or opinions. A lot of the others have just spiraled out of control. And what the hell? Sorry, just a second. I need to throw a quick ticket. I need to throw a quick ticket the Discord's way. This isn't on. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's probably 4 different people that have locked these, but with this being a permadeath server, I can damn near guarantee you that 3 out of 4 of these shouldn't be locked anymore because the character that locked it is dead or long dead. Well, before I make the ticket, let's go around the rest of the junkyard and see if the other ones are locked, because I don't want to have to write a bunch of bollocks. Let's see what other ones are like. Are the other ones locked as well? Or is it just those 4? Because there's 2 more in the middle of the map, in the middle of the junkyard, and then there's another 2 up here, and there's another one down there. We might as well check them all and then let them know, hey, all of them are locked. Can you please check it out? So we're not giving them half info. Right, that's open. There's no more up there. I mean, there's nothing in the rules against locking it. It just seems a little odd to me that all 4 of them are locked. And the problem with locking things like that on a permadeath server is that you never, you know, you could be one of these dudes. Yeah, but get into a bit of a spiral and run out of fame and money and end up permadeathing, and then everything that you've locked up around the map is now locked away from everyone because there's no player lock picking. If anything, this is the server where the rule about locking up anything other than your own base should definitely be a thing. That one's not locked. And there's 2 more over here. That's open. And that's open. Okay, so it's only those 4 by the entrance. Oh, I use them for the same thing sometimes. Like, If I'm here and I have to, if I'm here and I'm playing during my work shift, and I have some work coming and I need a place to go be safe, I'll go in and lock it behind me. But then when I leave, I take the lock off. I only put the lock on to keep puppets from being able to get in. There's no box that I can tell in there. There's boxes in there. So that's actually being used to keep things safe, but who knows who it is. Yeah, if that's someone that's got a base and is just doing it so they can have an extra little bit of ad hoc storage here for whenever they come to Junkyard to like store extra superfluous stuff, yeah, then that shouldn't be locked at all, because I've been threatened with the possibility of being banned for doing just that, having a base and then locking a door. Can't see any boxes in there. Yeah. If you need to go AFK for any reason, whether it's an IRL thing or an in-game thing, yeah, you're energy deficient and you eat and then you just want to lie down to let your energy deficiency go away or heal up, or you need to go and take a poo, whatever. I do it all the time myself, just to keep myself safe so I don't have to log out. Speaking of keeping myself safe, as long as NPCs don't come along, we should be okay up there. Right, where are we? Open. I'll Control C, my location. Open ticket. New meat grinder, locked doors. Right, ticket made, information left. Why didn't they just go straight to fucking rebooking it? Oh, arseholes. Bear with me a sec, guys. It's the start of my work shift and I have to check off. Okay, that's okay. What exactly am I supposed to do with that? Shut up. Okay, so they actually pawned off a number of things onto me, which they absolutely 100% should have done by now. As I can send an email just like they can, but I work out of hours, so I'm not going to get a response to anything until the morning, but they would have gotten a response to this already. I hate it when they do this. We're talking about a shipment that they got first information on at 9 o'clock this morning. And it's now 10 o'clock at night, and I'm the one that's supposed to do the follow-up on it when it's arriving tomorrow. 5 different people had the entire day to send a single email to have the prep work done for it, but it's left to me. Okay, so we've got consignment details. Yeah, there's so much. There's so much in this handover that I actually have to deal with right now. I can't play through. I may come back and start up another stream a little later, depending on the volume of work. But there's a couple of things that I have to attend to now. I can't pawn off, and it's going to take me probably an hour, and I can't leave people just staring at me for an hour. Right. Well, that's rather unfortunate. I was hoping that maybe we'd get a nice easy day for once, but it is what it is. We have to make the donuts first. That's what pays the bills. Right, I'm going to say goodbye to everyone, and thank you very much to all of you for hanging out with me and chilling with me and putting up with my shit. I hope you enjoyed a little, at least. I had some fun, even though we did get clapped a number of times. We're still trying. Like I said, I'll try. I may start up another stream a little later once I've taken care of this work. We'll see. I'll have to play it by ear. If not, then I'll see you guys tomorrow, and you have a wonderful rest of whatever it is where you are, and have fun. Keep on scumming. Yeah, much appreciated, Sam. Savas Shani. See you guys, Craig, Phil, everyone. Laters. Have a good one, guys.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace.